Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everybody to the May 21st, 2024 Town Council meeting. If you will join me and stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you'll continue standing and join Pastor June Wilkins from Christ Lutheran Church, say the invocation.
Thank you. Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we thank you for this day and for the people here who care so much for this island. We thank you for the mayor, town council, and town staff who work hard to keep Hilton Head the wonderful place it is. Please bless this council's work and deliberations. Help everyone into this room to be wise, thoughtful, patient, and compassionate. We especially pray for people on the island who have food insecurity, who are lonely, who have housing insecurity, and who are homeless. We pray for the courage to do what is right and good for all citizens of Hilton Head, especially those in need. May we put the interest of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person. In God's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. On to the adoption of minutes. If I could have a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Yeah. Got a first and second. All those in favor of supporting the agenda, please signify by raising your right hand. That would be 6-0. Mr. Alfred is absent. Approval of minutes. We had a regular meeting minutes of May 7th, 2024. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to approve.
To adjourn. Let me correct that. Sorry.
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of May 7th, 2024.
We have a first and a second to approve the minutes. All those signifying approval, please raise your right hand. Again, 6-0. Mr. Alfred is absent. Report of the town manager, Mr. Orlando.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and Town Council, members of the public. I've got a couple things tonight. Very excited to introduce to you Sean Leiniger. Sean's in the back. Hello, Sean. How are you, sir? Sean's our new assistant town manager with direct oversight of our departments of planning, facilities, and information technology. For the last 4 years, Sean served as the director of planning and development for the city of Lakewood, Ohio, and he has extensive leadership experience. Some of you may know him from the town of Bluffton about 8 years ago, and Sean's extensive leadership experience in planning, economic development, housing, facility management, land acquisition, development agreements, you name it. In strategic planning. So I know Sean will hit the ground running and will definitely help contribute to our success. Sean has made me say that he is both from the Ohio, he has a degree in psychology and minor in sociology, both from the Ohio State University. So welcome, sir. Welcome to you. Missy did not like that I had the in front of the Ohio State, so. Also, our Memorial Day events taking place May 27th at 10:30 at Shelter Cove Veterans Memorial Park. Mayor Perry will be presenting a proclamation at the event, and the event usually averages 300 to 400 people. So if you haven't been, please attend, and if you have been, please come back. It's such a moving event. This is the 31st year that the Military Veterans Coalition of Hilton Head Island, made up of the 2 American Legion Posts 42 and 185, Military Officers Association, MOAA, and the Navy League will be sponsoring our Memorial Day event. So thank you to them and thank you to everybody involved. That's all for today, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sean, welcome. Next, we will have the DMO quarterly report. Mr. Andrew Davis.
Need to start first by thanking Sean for being the third person in the town to learn how to wear a tie on a regular basis. So that's good. We can use more of you. So Mark's actually got one today, too. I'm a little shocked by this, so. Let me do my marketing job as well. Tomorrow, we've got a very special event going on, 1 o'clock at the Rowing and Sailing Center. We'll be unveiling the brand-new mural for the fishing cooperative and the fight that they were involved in when it comes to protecting our island and protecting our environment. A beautiful mural. It's going to be a wonderful ceremony, so we hope that everybody can make it 1 o'clock tomorrow at the Rowing and Sailing Center. Now that I'm done with that, the reason I'm here, the DMO strategic marketing plan, I have to give credit to Kelly Spinella as well as Angie Stone for all the work they've done on this. We changed it from monthly to quarterly, as you well know, and in the meantime, we've been able to add more detail. We've been able to add more things that I think give you guys some clarity on what's going on. And it's a document that's a work in progress every month, every time we do one of these. And I have to give the Chamber credit for stepping up and listening to us, being willing to change, and also making sure that you all have some of your questions answered before you ever step up to the podium on this one. So I thank Ari for everything that she's done. I thank Bill and company for what they've done. I think each time we're getting a little bit closer to giving you a great step towards understanding what the Chamber does, what they're doing for us, and hopefully how they're helping us continue to grow and thrive. So please, Ari, come to the stage.
Thank you for your patience. Perfect. Thank you. Good presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present, and thank you to Andrew and Angie and all the town staff, as well as to council, mayor, and town manager for the opportunity. We are reporting on the January through March timeframe. So it's a little bit looking back in terms of the timeframe, but thinking back what we did January through March as a whole. So dive right into it. We've landed on a really great template, I think, moving forward. So though the frames might look the same in terms of the information presented, in terms of themes, the information itself quarter to quarter will change, and we can speak to the nuances of that as we move through it. But leading the charge in all that we do are the 5 destination values that we all held hands on several months back and have been kind of moving forward with in terms of all of our out marketing efforts. So in terms of what we're presenting to the potential visitors across the country as well as the world, are really leading with these 5 efforts. So ecotourism, history, arts and culture, recreation, and wellness. We like to start off every quarterly report with our quarter highlight. And so in partnership with the town as well as the state of South Carolina Tourism and Hilton Head Health, we had the Today Show here in February. And so what we wanted to do is just remind us all of that great opportunity, but that there's a lot of work that goes into garnering such, pickup and recognition from a broadcast station such as the Today Show. So as you look here, the coverage that was earned by this opportunity, if you can look here. Now, this was pre, during, and post, because there was a little bit of lead up, a little bit of teasing about the excitement about Al's rock initiative that he has. And this is for the month of February. So he actually was ending his February initiative here on Hilton Head as well as in Greenville, South Carolina. So Charlie Clark and her team, alongside with the town and others, really worked hard to ensure that this was the best opportunity for the destination. So overall broadcast, there were 11 mentions. So when we talk about mentions, what does that audience look like? So when we're talking about on the TV that they were mentioned, Hilton Head Island was mentioned 11 times. That went out to an audience of over 26 million. So if you were to buy something of that magnitude, it would equate to 6.3 million in ad value. So we just wanted to give you that explanation in detail. But why does it matter? You know, to get in front of the viewership of something as nationally and well-known as the Today Show really helps to build the brand recognition and strength of the brand. But it also creates future opportunities. And so that is what Charlie and her team work really hard to understand and to do, is to build those long-term relationships that garner us future opportunities beyond just this one effort. Our immediate partnerships, those are the ones that we go in partnership with to talk about the destination. Again, looking back at those 5 destination values. This campaign was actually a long-running campaign for us. It was digital with the Smithsonian Magazine, and it ran from the mid-November timeframe all the way through March. The digital audience with Smithsonian Magazine is over 7.3 million. So again, those eyeballs, that desired audience that we're looking for. And when the final campaign wrapped, we were able to garner over 5,000 views. And from a time on the page, that's how long someone spent reading the article. Average length of reading an article in the industry is around 57 seconds. We had people on site reading for over a minute, almost a minute and a half. So that's really great. They were engaged, and that was something that we're really excited about. And we're following that, which will be presented in the next quarterly. So here we're talking about rich and deep culture. The next Smithsonian opportunity that we'll present, we'll talk about all of our history, celebrating the 250th, and other things that we have. And in these, that article wraps on Coastal Discovery Museum as well. But I've linked that here for you as well for when you're looking at this offline. Public relations, beyond just the Today Show opportunity that we mentioned in the quarter highlights, this is what we're talking about for the 3 months as a whole. We pulled out some really amazing quotes from both TripAdvisor and Southern Living. We've also pulled forward, just over the course of the 3 months, some really interesting articles or pickup that we had across those 3 months at the bottom. But in general, we had over 8 billion in impressions, over 17 million in ad value, which resulted from 854 stories. So what we're seeing here, again, in lockstep, Charlie and I are out there really singing from the rooftops those 5 values and having people understand the values that we have or what we want the visitors that come here to have as well. The official vacation planner, the one that is really that physical touch point, first touch point that a visitor has when they're exploring and diving into trip planning. For the 3 months, January, February, and March, we had almost nearly 29,000 in quarterly distribution. That's coming off of a 80,000 that we've produced in whole. But let's not think of that in fiscal year. Remember, this is the one item that runs on a calendar year. So we have a few more months to really push and have this piece fulfilled. But more than halfway there is really good to see, being only that we're in May. Again, the distribution touch points, how are people accessing this book and this piece for them to discover the destination? One is through our offices. They physically can walk in. They can request it via the phone or an email. We have it across all 9 state welcome centers, AAA offices. We take them to all trade shows and events, and then also to media and public relation initiatives. We've also created a digital version, which is that link there, that is accessed quite often as well. When we talk about website and social media, we really do that together, and that's importance in showing the importance of how one really helps the other. So with today's consumer and how quick they are to digest, a quick nugget of opportunity information, we really utilize the platform of our social media to drive people to the website, which again, they're mostly accessing from a mobile device. And so what we see here is that our visits were up 20% year over year. And then our users, again, were up year over year, and our referrals were down just slightly. I would consider that just right above flat or below flat in terms of the referrals. And again, referrals, again, are that handshake that we're creating from when a visitor or potential visitor comes to the website and they're clicking on a destination business. The social media here, and again, just for your reference, on the back end of everything we put out in the out market, we're tagging it. So eventually, on the next slide that I'll show you, you're going to see we're going to get some really robust reporting that comes out of that based on the 5 values. But here we'll see that our total social audience is 357,000. We had sessions, which were for this quarter, which were 214,000. and referrals are at just below 3,000. These were some of our top social posts. I put these graphs in there because who are we talking to? Well, we're talking to mostly a female audience. And she was our decision maker in our visitor profile study and our demographics, and we looked at that earlier this year and for the fiscal year 25 planning, but she's also the decision making in our social media in real time. She does skew a little bit older on Facebook, 65 plus, and our top markets for this past quarter were New York and Florida. On Instagram, she's a bit younger. She's 35 to 44, and Illinois, New York, Ohio. And if you look at that, those really complement some of our air service efforts, but also have been where we have a lot of real estate in terms of brand awareness and brand recognition, like Ohio. That doesn't surprise anyone, I'm sure. But when you look at the top social posts from this past quarter, it really talks about how we're steeped in nature. We're talking about our local events. This happens to be the Wing Fest. We're talking about biking and how you can do that in various different locations, Coastal Discovery Museum, and then obviously a beautiful view from over in Hilton Head Plantation, I believe that is. So if you look at, this is the first time we're sharing any of this type of information, but it's the first time we felt like we had enough of it to share, which was that tagging component that I talked about a bit earlier. And so what we're doing is we're putting against those 5 values that we saw in the beginning, a tagging mechanism which lets us report out on which one is doing the best for us. What are potential visitors loving the most? Where are we seeing the most interest? And engagement rate is the most valuable metric for understanding your audience sentiment towards posts. But equally, I would say, because in this instance, arts and culture actually drove a majority of our clicks, but they had not the strongest engagement. But they were doing more with fewer people, if that makes sense. So maybe less people engaged, but those that did engage clicked more. So I really look at it as, yes, it's engagement rate for sentiment, but it also is what are they doing with it? You can like it, but are you clicking further and doing more? So it just goes to show that arts and culture in this last 3 quarters has done really well, and they really love that content that we're sharing. But equally across, they are really liking wellness as well, and then you see recreation, history, and ecotourism in that order. But at the end of the day, how are we performing in terms of heads and beds? As a destination, we are seeing a slight downturn in the occupancy. Again, it's nominal, it's 4%, but where we really were able to make up that difference of down 4% in occupancy was we had a really great rate opportunity, right? So less people, stronger rate equaled a positive RevPAR by 1%. But I think we have to look a little deeper, as we've talked before, which one in terms of our accommodations were stronger this past quarter. In this instance, it was home and villa. Hotel was down for this quarter based on the quarter prior to last year in comparison, but also keep in mind that many of our hotels were going through major renovations during that time frame as well. So again, there's always a little bit more than just the surface of up, down. It's, well, what is it in specifically that was impacting those numbers? Again, home and villa really was the desired accommodation for this quarter, and they were the ones that helped bring up that average daily rate opportunity as well. But again, keeping in mind all the renovations that were happening during that time frame at the hotel side of the business. But I think we've talked about, well, what does that mean up, down? How does it compare to the quarter the year prior? So we did a little bit of that detail for you here. So for occupancy, you can see for fiscal year 23 during this time frame last year, January, February, March, we actually were at an occupancy rate of 49%. But an ADR of $177, which led us with a RevPAR of 86. So do you see where in fiscal year 24, we had less occupancy, higher rate gave us a positive RevPAR. So it just really depends. If you have 2 really strong occupancy and ADR, you can have a really robust RevPAR, but if one is up or down, it can really impact your total RevPAR detail that's provided. So in closing, it's something that we are watching closely. We are monitoring all types of accommodations. We're watching occupancy rate month to month, week to week. And we're meeting with our hoteliers and our property management companies regularly to understand some of their pain points or opportunities that they have. Because at the end of the day, that's, how measurement is taken of success and the health of a market. But everything that we're doing in the out market as well as on the business side of tourism really comes back to the community cornerstone plan and really pushing forward these 5 values. Hopefully this was a good glimpse into what more reporting or deeper reporting will be going forward, but we're excited to bring that to you. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Any questions or comments from council? Ms. Bryson?
Yes, thank you very much, Laura. I appreciate the report. And I really like the chart. I see it up here on the side of the screen, the one with the 5 pillars with the different destination values. And I wonder if we could go back to that.
This one or the one higher? I just don't want to hurt your eyes, so.
Disappeared. A little bit lower than that. Lower. Yeah, keep on going there. Okay, there, that chart, yeah. Very interesting chart. You pointed out about arts and culture, and then I noticed wellness had, almost 1.7 million impressions, and clicks, and it was the highest engagement rate. So, and I appreciate you talking a little bit about arts and culture. It seems as though we got more of a story to tell there. But evidently we were telling a good story on the wellness. And I guess that was related to maybe golf and tennis, the wellness part. Or is that recreation? I'm not sure.
So wellness, I didn't know if I heard you, but wellness was, again, think of the time frame, January, February, March. We were really talking about that new year, resolutions for wellness. So there was a lot of focus, and it is hard to shift back all the way to January, but there were quite a bit of the wellness topics that we posted about throughout our channels on social media. But that is being coupled by, during the February timeframe, and as we move forward, more arts and culture. Recreation for us as well, and would be more of the biking, being out on the excursions, doing things like that.
This looks like, sorry, I feel like I'm speaking really loudly to you. I apologize.
No, I can hear you. It's okay.
It looks like we got more of a story to tell, arts and culture and history, and I know that's a new emphasis. And I remember at the last presentation you made to us, there was a link to Lola Campbell talking about the Gullah history. So I'm hoping that we'll see those numbers increase, and if the engagement rate is the one we're shooting for, that will increase once they know more about our story here.
Absolutely.
Other comments or questions? Stanford?
All right. The citizens get to comment?
No, sir.
Why is that?
Not on presentations.
Why don't we get to comment on a fraudulent presentation?
Mr. Hoagland?
Get a chance.
On presentations, we don't. Mr. Stanford?
All right, thank you for a very interesting report. I want to make sure I understand engagement rate. Engagement rate means the percentage of people that actually came to the island based upon the impressions that have been.
No, this one in particular, so engagement is that they do something with this is social media specifically. So did they do something with the social media post? Oh, sorry. This one. What they did with when they engaged on the social post, so like on Facebook, if they liked it or they made a comment or they shared it to their web of friends that they have, but then we take the rate of that. So where did we have the strongest of that engagement? And here we had the strongest engagement with wellness. However, when they were given the opportunity to go in and find a link to something, we actually saw them do that more with arts and culture, if that makes sense. So though people liked something, gave it a heart on the wellness, on the arts and culture piece, they actually took that extra step and went to the website to find out a little bit more about that component of our tourism.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for asking that question, Glenn, because I wanted to hear a little bit more about that too. Thank you, Laurie, for such an incredibly well-presented report.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I do love the detail and the statistics, and I love how you spent time explaining what went into some of the factors that went into those statistics. It's very helpful to know the back to the numbers.
Thank you.
And the one thing that this is really, I guess, for us, for all of us, but for us particularly up here, that I picked up on was the quote from Southern Living and the last line, in which it said, "The island is still the same wild escape as ever." And that touches home because we can't lose sight of that, right? All of the wonderful things, all the opportunities, but what really matters is that we don't lose the essence of who we are here on Hilton Head.
Yes.
Built environment, the protecting of the ecology that we enjoy, et cetera. So thank you, and thanks for adding that quote in there. I think it's really important that we highlight it.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that sometimes you got to scratch a little deeper than just being up or down. And you mentioned that the hand streets were down. Any particular reason that you think that is?
You know, I think that it comes down to really that funnel conversation that we have and how can we bring people further down the funnel with more robust content. And I think that people are having just a bit more time to have decision. It's also fluctuation in the market with funding and so kind of a combination of efforts, but you know, it's very nominal. And so I think it's just something that we've put a pin in and noting it, and we're watching it and noting that we see where they are of interest and putting more of that in the market. As we ramp up, we're going to see in the next quarter how we came off of some bigger events like RBC Heritage and planning for their fall or summer, late summer trips and then fall trips. So I think that was just a bit of a fluctuation, but noted, and we'll keep watching it.
The robust content is what's sort of piquing my interest here. As we start to continue to strengthen on these 5 core values, I think
Apologies, my iPad keeps going off. I think I have it handled, Jacob.
let's continue to strengthen that and sort of have a wild idea.
Oh, yeah, I love
that
that idea.
I would appreciate the town and the chamber to continue to grow upon these 5 core values. You mentioned that our travel market has sort of shifted a bit with the airline service that we provide, and with the county in the midst of renovating and improving the terminal. I think it gives us a grand opportunity for these 5 values, in particular, arts, culture, and history, to be on display in our new terminal when it comes about. I think folks showing up and seeing it firsthand is important, and it just continues to drive the point home that Hilton Head is very diverse in its offerings.
Wonderful, I've made that note. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Alford.
Just briefly, excellent presentation. A year or so ago, we engaged in some extensive negotiations. One of the principal objectives of those discussions were to encourage efforts by the chamber to reduce the number of visitors and increase the amount of money spent here. And your statistics show that that in fact happened. So I, for one, am very pleased with that direction.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. Well, I think that about wraps it up. Thank you very much, Ari.
Thank you.
Next, we will have a proclamation recognizing ALS Awareness Month, and I'll ask Gary and Connie Pratt, come on up. I'll come right over here. I don't think this microphone's, maybe it is. There we go. So the Town of Hilton Head Island proclamation. Whereas, and I cannot say this right, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, known by many as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a progressive fatal neurodegenerative disease in which a person's brain loses connection with the muscles, slowly taking away their ability to walk, talk, eat, and eventually breathe. And whereas every 90 minutes someone is diagnosed with ALS and someone passes away from ALS. On average, patients diagnosed with ALS only last 2 to 5 years from the time of diagnosis, and ALS has no cure. And whereas people who have served the military in the military and more likely to develop ALS and die from the disease than those with no history of military service. And whereas securing access to new therapies, durable medical equipment, and communication technologies is of vital importance to the people living with ALS. And whereas clinical trials play a pivotal role in evaluating new treatments, enhancing quality of life, and fostering assistive technologies for those living with ALS. And whereas we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Ice Bucket Challenge through a renewed commitment to galvanize public awareness and support funding leading to significant investments in ALS research. And whereas the ALS Association, as the largest philanthropic funder of ALS research globally, has committed over $154 million to support more than 550 projects across the United States and 18 other countries. And whereas our commitment to accelerating the pace of discovery remains unwavering, fueled by the hope that one day ALS will be a livable disease for everyone, everywhere, until we can cure it. Now, therefore, I, Alan R. Perry, Mayor of the town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, do hereby proclaim this month of May 2024 as ALS Awareness Month. I call upon all Americans to join in supporting ALS research, advocating for increased funding and standing in solidarity with those affected by this relentless disease. In testimony whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the town of Hilton Head Island to be affixed on this 21st day of May in the year of our Lord, 2024. Next up, we'll have reports from members of Town Council. First, general reports. Anybody have anything for general reports?
I'll give one quick thing. Mr. Alfred and I participated in the Ride of Silence, sponsored as part of Bike Month. And in speaking to the group, I mentioned that we have some great proposals under our capital improvement project for improving roadways and also pathways on the island, part of second reading of our budget coming up, first Tuesday in June, and we received applause for that. So congratulations to the town manager and his staff for working towards great proposals, and I know the bike community appreciates it and looks forward to those improvements.
Thank you. Any other general reports? Mr. Stanford?
No report, sir.
General reports?
No.
Okay. All right. So now we'll move on to low country area transportation. Mr. Stanford?
No report, sir.
All right, Ms. Becker, Low Country Council of Governments.
Do not have a report tonight.
Mr. Ames, Beaufort County Airports Board.
The airport board did not meet this week, although the town website indicates.
Let's see, Mr. Stanford, Southern Low Country Regional Board.
No further report, sir.
Mr. Brown, Island Recreation Association.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Island Recreation Board is working on the agenda for its annual planning session in August. Summer program registration is in full swing. The senior citizens direct mail flyers have paid off with an increase in membership from 375 to 500 this year. Wingfest was very successful. One of the biggest crowds, raising $80,000, and that monies are used to help with scholarships for those that are less fortunate for the programs at the Island Rec Center. So I'll continue to applaud the Rec Center and their fundraising efforts to make sure that all are served here on Hilton Head. Report, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Becker, Community Services and Public Safety.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. the Community Service and Public Safety Committee met yesterday. We had 2 items on our agenda in an executive session. The first item was receiving from the Beaufort County Sheriff's Department a report from the fourth quarter of 23 and now the first quarter for 24. It was received and accepted by the committee. I believe a copy of it is on the website, or will be shortly, for anyone who's interested in reviewing that. If it's not there, you can always go back and watch the video from yesterday's meeting. The second item was the discussion about a resolution to accept at a high level in partnership with the 3 Rotary clubs on Hilton Head Island, who are looking to us to partner for a community center. And so their piece will be to work with us, and they will be fundraising to bring to the table $750,000, which is significant, and we look forward to doing that. We also accepted that resolution, and we'll be moving it on to Town Council.
Awesome, thank you.
And then the executive session, which no action was taken during.
Yep. Mr. Ames, Public Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. The Public Planning Committee met on May 9th. The committee approved advancing a resolution to accept the conditions and trends report to Town Council. Secondly, the committee heard a presentation on the district planning initiative and provided input on the process and format to staff. The Public Planning Committee provided consensus that the Skull Creek District template presented serves as a representative example template to guide completion of all remaining districts. And thirdly, the committee heard a presentation on the LMO Code and priority amendments and the LMO Code overhaul project. The Public Planning Committee provided direction on priority amendments to advance ahead of the complete code overhaul. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, last but not least, Finance Administrative.
No report, sir.
Thank you. Appearance by citizens, I'd like to remind our citizens that Section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing Town Council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you'd like to give to Town Council, please give them to the town clerk after you are finished speaking. Kimberly, do we have anybody signed up for today?
Yes. Peter Christian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Town Manager. Peter Christian for the record, 23 Jarvis Creek Court. Tamara Becker is my council member. 2 things. Elated to hear that possibly we will have some type of resolution to the 278 project in June. Looking forward to hearing the council's comments on that. Second thing, hurricane season starts June 1. The mayor pointed out, and I believe in an article, everyone on this island should have flood insurance, regardless if they're in a flood zone or not in a flood zone, and regardless of whether their mortgage company will escrow the funds or not escrow the funds. We are on the Atlantic coast, and we are subject to flooding. On the subject of hurricanes, our town is a model for the rest of the country for hurricane prep. And Tom Dunn made a presentation to the local GMs about a month ago, did an excellent job. And one of the things I brought up is a very, very small item that you may be able to fix and maybe not be able to fix. We get a very high rating from the federal government when it comes to hurricane recovery because we're pre-approved. The one thing that is lacking is that in the larger gated communities, we contract with our own folks for the first push. And because we do that very expeditiously and very efficiently and comparatively very inexpensively, we are not eligible for FEMA reimbursement. And if there is a way that we can get those folks pre-approved, and we're talking about a drop in the bucket compared to hurricane cleanup, we're talking less than $100,000. In my case, it was 60 grand. But we applied to the state, we applied to the federal government. We were denied every time because we were not pre-approved. But when we were allowed back on the island, our contractor was already on the ground pushing. And if we waited in line, it would have been 2-3 weeks before we would have received pre-approval. And those are the folks that live here and are here to open up the island for the rest of us. So if there's something that the staff can look at to see if that can be pre-approved, that would be a tremendous benefit. All in all, I don't want to detract from the absolutely marvelous job, and I'd say this over and over again. I go out and speak across the country on what we do here, and they're in awe of what we have accomplished here. Well done.
Thank you.
Lynn Greeley.
So I have, I'm making a speech for Lynn Greeley and myself today.
Okay,
And I'll go ahead and read Lynn Greeley's first, then I'll read mine when my name is called.
You have 1 3-minute section.
First of all, Mr. Perry, don't interrupt and don't break the law, because I will not face you any longer. I will face the audience if you don't start complying to the law. This town hall is owned by the taxpayers, and you work for us. You're supposed to do so honestly. Mr. Perry, you committed criminal fraud with your friend Bill Miles, right back here, and you both ought to be arrested for what you did. Folks, we have to come to the reality. Our part-time, weak council and corrupt mayor and full-power town manager and lawyers in charge is a failed political system. Even worse, it's run illegally and breaking many state and federal laws, including illegally funding millions of hard-earned tax funds to nonprofits for use that does not benefit the good reason and use of the public. Public funds are for bike paths, beach repairs, schools, roads, not private use by special interests. Many of us are here today to oppose using our tax funds for the chamber, workforce housing, $600,000 dredging in Harbortown, and sponsorship for the Heritage Golf Classic, and we don't know what else. All we hear from Gruber, Orlando, and the chamber and others are fraudulent presentations that justify the illegal tax funding and even show us Attorney General legal opinions that are not worth the paper it's written on. This council needs to get an independent legal rulings from the courts, and if local judges rule against the rule of law for their local lawyers and friends, this council must appeal to higher courts. This council must stop being controlled by these lawyers and town employees and the chamber and the secret Greater Island Council and special interests. And they need to hire a forensic audit out of Charleston called the Quick Group, which is made up of former FBI agents, to start making this town operate legally. We must stop shuffling and hiring the same dishonest employees from within Beaufort County and hire honest outsiders to work with this council to restore transparency and legal operations. Orlando and Gruber are examples who both got caught breaking the law when they were employed in Upland and Beaufort.
Mr. Hoagland, you will not talk about staff. You will not talk about staff. You are not to talk about staff. You are not to talk about staff.
I'm sorry, you go on and I'll talk about anybody else I'll wish. Also, this council must stop the employees' total control of budgets and higher audits that are fraudulent and just show the number they want us to see. Stop overcharged legal fees hidden in the budgets and all the chamber robberies. The year-end audits are supposed to be friendly audited, and again, I suggest hiring the group out of Charleston. It's absurd that employees run the show with no CEO, full-time, honest mayor leadership. I'd rather pay a full-time, honest mayor $500,000 a year than pay $500,000 to that thief, Bill Miles, sitting in the back of the room right there. This has got to stop. This guy is robbing us blind.
You will not address.
It's outrageous.
You will not address.
No, I'm going to talk about anybody I want in this town hall, I can tell
No,
you.
sir.
You can make up any rule you want, but you're not going to tell me what I can say.
Krista Flanders.
Hello.
Thank you. My name is Krista, 14 Bay Pines Drive. My name is Krista. I'm 37, and I was raised here in Hilton Head. I will celebrate 9 years of sobriety in August. It's also my class from Hilton Head High's 20th class reunion this year. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I wrote this down. A quick backstory, I started in food and beverage at 15, and the day I turned 21, I started bartending. Drinking was part of life. I mean, we are on a resort island. But it took a while and a couple of arrests, a bond worth more than my brand new car, to learn that I have an allergy to alcohol, and I break out in handcuffs. My last arrest was my turning point. I'm very blessed to have a strong family behind me, but most especially, these situations, most people in these situations, no family, no money, no insurance. I personally had to sell all my belongings to bond out and go straight to treatment. At the time, there was nothing here for recovery, nothing. I had to go 3 hours away. Hilton Head does have an amazing private option for treatment, but that program does not fit the average person who needs help here. We do have Beaufort County Alcohol and Drug, but no offices on Hilton Head. I know of at least a dozen homeless classmates here on Hilton Head that would benefit so greatly from some kind of recovery aspect or harm reduction on the island. Narcan is an opioid reversal, and did you know that most addicts will use in a public restroom, especially gas stations? You never know when Narcan could save someone. Every 4 minutes, someone overdoses in America. 112,000 people last year. Fentanyl has buried 3 dozen of my classmates in the last 4 years. 70% of the pills that are not prescribed contain lethal amounts of fentanyl. This includes Adderall. I'm speaking up for the vulnerable teenage Kristas in that high school. I'm speaking up for the suffering in silence. I'm proof recovery works, that you can fix your wrongs. My husband is also proof that Narcan saved his life and he got sober the next day. And we will celebrate 4 years he will celebrate 4 years in November. There is nowhere on this island to get free Narcan. I'm not sure if the town received any of the opioid settlement fund, but bottom line, I'm here to speak for some kind of awareness or change. 50% of the population in America is somewhat affected by this epidemic. The country has allocated money, or the county has allocated money to the detention center, and that's where I got sober and was offered treatment, but I was lucky. We should not have to wait till an arrest for recovery. If someone has to turn for help here, it's very hard. That's why I'm speaking up. We have to talk about these things because it saves lives. Addiction stems from mental illness or trauma, and getting to the root is where you start. And helping this issue will help with crime and unemployment. Recovery helps put active members back into society and into our community, and they turn around and help others. And I just wanted to bring awareness to you guys. I did it.
Krista, thank you for sharing your story
Sorry,
with
really
us.
nervous.
No, thank you for sharing your story with us. It's stuff we need to hear and put faces, right? So thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations
Thank
on
you
your
for
20-year high school
giving me
reunion.
3 minutes. Thank you.
And I also wanted to thank you for your presentation and your courage, and to congratulate you and encourage you and others. We're here.
Skip Hoagland.
Mr. Hoagland, you know that we don't. Hey, no, as soon as I'm done talking, I'll have her refresh it. Mr. Hoagland, I will address Mrs. Gammon.
I'm asking the clock.
It will, I said it will be adjusted when I'm done talking with her. But Mr. Hoagland, you know that we do not accept your additional time to speak. You cannot parlay that POA or whatever you have into additional opportunities to get up here and disrupt our meetings.
You're absolutely wrong.
No.
It's a totally legal document,
No.
and it was ruled upon by the judge, and it's legal.
So Kim, go ahead and restart that clock, and I'll go ahead and gavel throughout. So go ahead and start that.
Absolutely wrong on that. I wish you wouldn't interrupt me. or just-
Mr. Hoagland, there's a lot of things I wish you wouldn't do.
Since the reality is we have an illegally operated town controlled by the full power town employees and lawyers and the special interests, namely the chamber.
Mr. Hoagland, please turn around and face council.
And you stop, will you please?
Please turn around and face council.
You abide by the law and stop committing criminal fraud. I will face you, but not until that point, period. And since this town is illegally operated, there's only one way forward. And that is lawsuits, forensic audits, subpoena of records and depositions of all of these people that run this town, since they refuse to respond to taxpayers who elected them. Further, they disrespect and ignore professionals who address them from the podium, who take their time to come to council meetings to help them with a false sense of knowledge sitting on the dais. Worse, you all vote in favor of issues and illegal funding of millions with fraudulent budgets and audits that they don't understand. And they just do as the compromised lawyers and town employees tell them to vote. We have no CPAs on this council. We have 2 lawyers, Stanford and Bryson, that also keep voting to break the law. The good news is depositions will force all of these people to answer questions under oath and risk of criminal perjury if they lie. Depositions will include questions on why all you knowingly voted for illegal tax funding to the chamber and let the chamber use these tax funds for private illegal criminal use with no accounting, fraud, money laundering, IRS tax violations, and many state and federal law violations. You all fully know what you did, and now you will be asked to explain in great detail why you did what you did. The depositions will include town lawyers, CPAs, heads of the chamber, especially Bill Miles, Ariana Pernice, CPAs Ray Deal, Ray Warco with Webster Rogers, lawyers David Tigas, Paula Buffet, who hired Bill Miles, and the last 3 town managers, including Alan Perry, John McCann, and David Bennett. Perry and McCann said they saw the chamber accounting. They committed a lie and fraud. The deposition questions will be simple. Why did you vote to tax fund the chamber if you knew it was illegal? How does Bill Miles earn a $500,000 salary from funds to develop a website in Canada with over $1 million of our tax money? Why not local? Who owns the tax-funded website? Lawyers Coltrane, Gruber, Alford, Finger. Why did you draft an illegal fraudulent chamber multi-million-dollar contract with no audit or accounting provision? Why did you do that? And Alan Perry, who showed you 80% of the receipts and invoices of the chamber accounting? Where is it? Show us the money. And Glenn Stanford, who made you
Your time is done.
No, you took my time. I'm finishing my time.
No, sir.
Alan and Glenn Stanford, who made you president of the Greater Island Council? Who did
Mr.
that?
Hoagland?
Mr. Stanford. And Alan, who put you on a
Your
committee?
time is done. Please sit down.
And also, John, no, you took. I'm taking up the time you took from me.
You're taking up
And
more.
I had this down to 3 minutes. I'm sorry. You're not going to disrespect me.
You are.
And Josh Gruber, you hired Lawyer Pro and Carlton Dallas to say you didn't have to comply to FOIA, and also to escape the chamber account.
Mr. Hoagland, please sit down.
You're going to be nailed for that.
Mr. Hoagland,
You're going to be held accountable for that.
please sit down.
You stop interrupting me, and I will sit down.
Behave yourself. Sit down.
You start showing respect to me and everybody in this room, and
Mr.
you stop
Hoagland?
breaking the law, and you stop breaking the law.
Please sit down. We're going to move on to new business.
It's outrageous what you people are doing.
We will now move on to the second and final reading of the consideration of an ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 3 of the Town of Hilton Head Island Code of Ordinances to add Section 8-3-114 titled Abandoned Watercraft. At its meeting on March 5th, Town Council unanimously voted to approve adoption of the proposed ordinance. Mr. Gruber, do you have a presentation? And council, do we need one?
Mayor, I believe I understand this. I do not need one, but I only speak for myself.
Can make a motion.
Yes.
I'd move to adopt an ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 3 of the Town of Hilton Head Island Code of Ordinances to add Section 8-3-114 titled Abandonment of Watercraft. Second, final reading.
We have a second.
Second.
Becker? Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. I want to take a moment and apologize to all of y'all that are in the audience for that show of disrespect. While we try not to allow that, we can't stop everything. And people have a right to speak, but they also have a right to speak for their 3 minutes. So I apologize to all of y'all for having to bear that. And for those that got up and walked out the room, thank you. Next, we will move on to new business items. We have Mr. Gruber again presenting the consideration of an ordinance amending Title 9, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code of Hilton Head Island titled Regulations and Requirements Relating to Smoking of Tobacco Products by adding a definition for electronic smoking devices and prohibiting their use consistent with existing smoking regulations. This was presented to the Community Services and Public Safety Committee on March 18th, 2024, with a unanimous vote to bring to council.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This matter is coming to you arising out of a committee meeting. Going back to 2009, the town adopted regulations with regards to the smoking of tobacco products indoors in certain commercial establishments and other places that were open to the public. We are not proposing to make any changes to the scope or applicability of those existing regulations. What we are proposing to do is add a definition section which expands the definition of tobacco-related products to include vaping and other electronic smoking devices. This is us catching up maybe a little bit more with the times to take into consideration the products that are out there on the market today. But want to make it clear that in terms of its applicability, it is the same as it has been. We're just expanding the definition to make it clear that vaping is also prohibited in the same way that smoking traditional tobacco products are currently prohibited. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go ahead and open up for public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it right back to the dais. We have a motion.
Just one brief comment. As I understand it, this was a,
Motion first.
go ahead.
I'll move to adopt an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase and sale agreement for, I beg your pardon. Let me go back to item A. Move to adopt an ordinance amending Title IX, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code of Hilton Head Island titled Regulations and Requirements related to smoking and tobacco products by adding a definition for electronic smoking devices and prohibiting their use consistent with existing smoking regulations. This is the first reading.
We have a second. Ms. Bryson? Before we go to, well, discussion, Ms. Becker?
So I just wanted to add to the introduction, Josh, that you provided, that this was actually originally brought to the Community Service and Public Safety Committee by a group of youth, I believe all from our high school here on Hilton Head Island. And they belong to an organization, and God help me, I don't do well under stress, and that was stressful. So if you can remind me the name of the organization.
Alliance for Healthy Youth.
That's right.
And just for the audience's information, all of the materials that they presented at committee were included up in the backup materials today. So if you go to the website, you'll be able to access the presentation that they made at committee.
And while this is an incredible thing that we're doing, I think it's appropriate and right to be doing it this time. It did come from the youth of our community, and they too are very cognizant of their health and wanting to make a better town and society for the future. And so I congratulate them for the hard work that they did, and I'm ready to vote yes.
Any other discussion or comments?
I was going to essentially say the same thing, only I believe they came to town council sometime last year, so I'm happy to see this moving forward. Thank you.
So with that being said, no other comments. We'll take a vote. All those in favor of supporting, please signify by raising your right hand, 7-0. Moving along, we will have Mr. Gruber presenting the consideration of an ordinance for the purchase and sale of agreement for a portion of property owned by the town of Hilton Head Island in Beaufort County located on Beach City Road.
I'm just going to bring them all with me at this point.
Yep.
Except that one. This matter is a request to resolve an existing encroachment on property that was jointly purchased by the town and Beaufort County. So to kind of give you a kind of chronological history, in 2013, the town and Beaufort County jointly purchased property located adjacent to 282 Beach City Road and identified by parcel identification number R510-005-000-0329. This property is located near the end of Beach City Road, and at the time that it was purchased, a survey was performed showing the existing boundaries of the property. Unfortunately, that survey did not indicate that there was an encroachment that existed on at the time with regards to an adjacent driveway for the 282 Beach City Road property. We've confirmed that through aerial shots that we have going back in time. We believe that driveway was installed sometime around 2007, so it existed for several years prior to the county and the town purchasing this property. Fast forward to today, in looking to try and resolve this, we've discussed this internally with council. We've also discussed this with Beaufort County, and ultimately a resolution was proposed which would require the property owner at 282 Beach City Road to pay the fair market value for the property that would be necessary to resolve the encroachment. They were required to obtain an updated appraisal and have a survey performed showing the land to be transferred, which is a total of 0.11 acres. The appraised value came back at $30,250, and if approved by this body and ultimately consummated, those proceeds would be split between the town and the county in the same proportion as the funds were contributed for the acquisition of the property itself. Because of timing issues, Beaufort County has already proceeded, and they've had 3 readings on this matter, so they've already concluded it. For us, this will be first reading. We'll have a second reading following it if this council is supportive of the request, and then ultimately we'll go to closing on the transfer of the property. Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to open up the public comment. Any public comment, any comments by the citizens? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back for a motion.
I'll move to adopt an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase and sale agreement for a portion of property owned by the town of Hilton Head Island in Beaufort County identified as, it's already been stated, located on Beach City Road. This is the first reading.
Second.
Second. Any discussion from council?
Josh, I assume we're not using that surveyor that did it in 2013.
I would say we're definitely giving a lot closer examination, because unfortunately, this isn't the first issue that we've had come up with this, but it's something that we're very paying close attention to for every property acquisition that we have going forward.
Very good, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0. Next, we have a resolution to adopt a master plan for both Chaplin and Crossings Parks. There have been numerous meetings and workshops that have included stakeholder input and feedback. The most recent of those meetings was on January 23rd at a council workshop. Mr. Sean Kohler.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Town Manager. Kim, I've got just a few slides to pull up here. We'll do Chaplin first. I'm happy to present to you a master plan for Chaplin Community Park. It's been a few years of iterations with town council workshops and community engagement and a couple of meetings with the Parks and Rec Commission. And so let's move right into it. So the master plan is before you, which staff is recommending you consider adopting by resolution, includes programming that was identified throughout this process. I'll walk through it. There's a multi-use field area. There's 5 soccer fields oriented in a way to maximize playability and orientation for sun, east, west, north, south, all that. It has a multi-use facility for some storage, some restrooms, and a large picnic pavilion. We've got some imagery I'll show you here in just a minute to give you kind of some context of the vision for what we have here. It includes some additional sports facilities, racket sports, 6 pickleball courts central to the park, and maintaining the 6 tennis courts that currently exist at Chaplin. It has 2 covered basketball courts, a little bit smaller size. That was recommendation by our partner with Island Rec. And then some additional elements. There's a dog park integrated into there, about an acre in size, half-acre playground. There are 3 restrooms total throughout the park. There's a Heritage Gateway, which really is an entry as you come in from the Singleton side of the park, Singleton Beach side of the park, and where Chaplin Linear Park was programmed to connect. Excuse me. It has beach access down at the Burks Beach location with really no significant impact to this peninsula, just the restroom. Connecting all the parking, sidewalks, and intersections in this area, providing a through option connecting Burks Beach Road with Singleton and Casnet. Adequate bicycle parking throughout the park. A town facility over here on what we have called historically the Casnet side of the property for beach operations. And trolley stop to be determined. There may be more than one that are appropriate throughout this area. And I did want to point out that the parking program, there's 382 spaces today, and the parking program, this implementation would result in roughly 631 spaces. So not quite double, but a significant increase in parking in that area, a lot of it proximate to the fields and to the beach. Here's some of the conceptual imagery to give an idea for the vision for this area. You can see improved surfaces for basketball, the pickleball and tennis. I'm excited, having watched the game there yesterday, last night, for some improvements to the quality of the turf and playability of those fields, including lighting and some shade and some shelter for the teams and the coaches and fans. And then taking advantage of the natural features, this amazing lagoon that is out on the property, taking advantage of it, integrating it into the park. So that results in this master plan that we're presenting to you for consideration of adoption at this time for the Chaplain Community Park. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sean, has a decision been made on the turf for the soccer fields? Is it going to be natural or is it going to be artificial? Do we know at this point?
The town manager's given me an indication to be determined. I know that there's been some difference of opinions throughout this process. I've seen some really good natural turf properly maintained. That's great for playability, and it may be a great option, but we'll pursue that.
I remember part of the conversations with this being that because of storm threats, it is a natural drop area for debris, and it would be grass. It was one of the conversations I remember having had.
That would be my preference.
Understood.
Yep. Other comments from council since we're talking?
I'll go last. Glenn, do you? I guess I'll go. Mayor, is that okay? Okay. I saw lights on. I wasn't sure if people were ahead of me. I just wanted to thank everyone for the hard work that was done on Chaplain. This presents a nice improvement for the park, far better access throughout the park. I'm looking forward to a world-class style playground, as well as dog park here. I'm also looking forward and just want to mention the conversations on the facility building for those who live in that area, so they're aware. It's my understanding that that facility building will fit in and behind the landscape, so it will not stick out within the community, because we do have neighborhoods that surround this entire park. But a great job, and thank you everyone for the hard work and support to make it something that I think Ward 4 and all of the residents in Hilton Head and visitors will enjoy, appreciate for decades to come.
Okay. Any other?
I prefer to wait for public comment.
Yeah. Mr. Brown, any comments? No? Public comment? Yes, ma'am.
So, I have a question. My name is Amy Fee, and I've utilized...
Come on up, state your name and
Hi,
address.
my name is Amy Fee, and I'm a resident of Forest Beach. And I've utilized the town parks for events. And we used Jarvis Creek for an event. And one of the things we had to do, we had a band, but the electricity and the outlets that were in the pavilion were not working. And so we had to run a 100-foot cord to the main building where the facilities were to get to the pavilion. So if we could kind of be mindful of that for the community, that'd be great.
I would say it's on somebody's list right now.
Thank you.
And also that you bring up a good point. When you're out there and you've got an issue like that, download the town app, the See, Click, and Fix, and take a picture of it and send it in, because you'll be updated as to when it's corrected. So it's a great tool to use.
No, I use that a lot.
Yeah. So do I. Any other public comments? All right. Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a motion.
I'd like to move to approve a resolution to adopt a master plan
For the Chaplain Community Park.
We have a second.
Second.
Comment.
Pardon? Yeah, you can make your comment now.
Just a brief comment. I've been long supporting a pickleball club here on the island, and understand that our focus is going to be for pickleball at Crossings Park. So having said that, I'm willing to approve the Chaplain Community Park Master Plan, subject to the approval of Crossings Park with pickleball.
All right, all those in favor, any other comments before I go? All right, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. 7-0. Now, Sean, if you'll take it to Crossings Park.
Okay, Kim. Mayor, Council, Town Manager, again, it's my privilege to present to you a master plan for Crossings Park. Again, this has been a process of a few years, a few workshops with council, a couple of meetings with the Planning Commission for their input, and to receive community feedback. So as you saw on the Chaplin Community Park, that's kind of the town's commitment to soccer and to field sports, and Crossings historically has been the location for baseball. And so there's a commitment to baseball and some other program elements, including the Bristol Sports Arena. So for Crossings Park, excuse me, we'll go through, we've categorized it kind of in those key areas for programming. So for baseball, the master plan includes 4 fields that are 210 feet. There's a 5th field that is 300 feet. We did take this to the Parks and Rec Commission, who recommended that the field be lengthened to 320 feet. We did discuss with them ways to effectively make it play at 320 feet with raising the fence height, and that's our preferred treatment and what's included in here to not get too deep into moving the pieces around to play around with the geometry. It was just getting a little, so effectively plays at 320 feet. In the baseball area itself, there's 289 parking spaces. For the implementation of pickleball, we did a feasibility for 24 courts. I'm gonna jump ahead a second here. We did a feasibility for 24 courts. It will fit on paper. We're recommending a master plan with 24, but a phase 1 to include 18 pickleball courts and all the parking at that location. It will include restrooms and shade structures as well. Excuse me. In that area, the program is 5 spaces per court for 120 spaces. That assumes 24 courts, but we'd like to build all the parking in phase 1. Bristol Sports Park. I know that Brian McElwee behind me is excited about Bristol Sports Park as any element in these parks, and has already advanced some concepts related to the pump track and the skate plaza. So it will be a redo of the Bristol Sports complex. Bowls are going away, and skate plazas are kind of the new and innovative way to handle that. A pump track that I know our biking community has been excited about, a pump track for some time. The redo of the court surfaces in the rink, it'll include basketball and inline roller hockey at that facility. And so a redo of Bristol. And then again, additional elements include dog park, about a half acre, playground half acre, on-street angled parking along Helmsman's Way. We do know that that will require some communication with SCDOT. 110 spaces along Helmsman, 60 in the Bristol, 120 at pickleball. There'll be trolley stop here. Connectivity to Palmetto Bay Marina with an improved bike and ped connection there. And then the overall parking in this for this facility goes from 336 spaces to 579 as depicted on the master plan. You can see some conceptual imagery again. Just like the soccer fields at Chaplin significantly improved, you'd see significant improvements to the quality of field and surface and organization of the fields here at Crossings Park. We mentioned the Champions Plaza and attribute to the historic significance of teams and individuals and contributors to baseball here on Hilton Head Island. There's an idea of an integrated playground that would be interesting and stimulating to folks, kids of all ages in that area. And just give you an idea of sort of some treatments here to help articulate the park. Here's a few more covered area at the Bristol Sports area to include playability and times of inclement weather, or if it's really hot right in the sun. You can see a concept here of a skate plaza rather than a bowl that we currently have there, a pump track, and then pickleball facility, and with great surfaces and organization of that facility. And that results in the master plan that we've presented to you today, and ask for your consideration to adopt it for resolution.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment first. Mr. Cruden.
Thank you. Alex Cruden. I would very much like to thank all of the people involved in the creation of this design. And I'm here representing the more than 1,100 players registered with the Hilton Head Island Rec Center. And we do support Councilmember Bryson's statement of priorities, definitely. So again, thank you all very much for your consideration, and we hope this happens as soon as possible.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Katie Henderson, Hilton Head Plantation. Just a few questions about the baseball park. Last time I heard us talking about that, we were talking about making the field big enough for a championships. And I was wondering if you guys were doing bullpens, batting cages, all those things you need for that. Just a question.
Any other? We'll get back to that in a second. We'll go through the comments first. Mr. Christian.
For the record, Peter Christian. In full disclosure, my wife is on the Rec and Park Commission, so I listen to this at home as well as here. And these are two great plans, and I couldn't agree with Councilwoman Bryson more. Pickleball, please, as many pickleball courts as you can possibly squeeze in. These are two great parks, and a lot of work from staff and the commission went into this, and look forward to seeing them built and put the use in the community enjoying them.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bader, and I appreciate all of everyone's hard work on this. I guess I have two questions for the pickleball courts. Is it possible to fit in stadium seating so that we could get the two professional pickleball tournaments back at Hilton Head? That's really my only comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? All right, Sean, if you'll come up and address those two real quick.
Yeah, thank you. And I had Alex Cruden's card in my pocket. I took it out. I better put it back in here. He wants to meet our new public projects manager when he's back on Thursday. As it relates to the fields, yes. So one field is larger. It will have the associated auxiliary uses or accessory uses, batting cages and pitching areas. So yes, this will include those elements. And then the second question.
I want to make sure one thing. One also, if I could, with 5 fields, it allows easier and more appropriate tournament play. And with a larger field and an outfield fence, it allows that longer playability of the field, right? We couldn't squeeze in the field and the wetland buffer and towards Wexford. And so, go ahead and say it. What's the field you don't like talking about?
Fenway Park.
Pardon?
Fenway Park. Why'd you just make me say it again?
Right, the green wall that Sean, as a Yankees fan, doesn't like talking about. We have really studied the design of this, and we'll get the full use of the smaller fields with baseball play, and the larger field with the outfield wall will come into play. And it'll be a unique field, which I personally, professionally like. We'll have our own unique field there, and it'll play very well in that regard.
Yeah, I'm excited about it, and it's not much smaller than the high school field that currently exists, especially it's actually the same dimension, I think, down the line. As far as the pickleball facility, so when we did the feasibility, let me see if I can go back one here. The feasibility that was presented at the workshop included 24 courts. There was an option that eliminated 2 of the courts and had a stadium, I guess, out here, but I guess it could It could replace 2 courts in this area. Until we get into real detailed design and understand exactly what the spacing is out there, we won't kind of know that. But in the phase 1, it's 18.
And if I could also add to this, because I've looked into this a lot with Sean, and I cannot say thank you enough to Sean and all the patience of him and his team as we looked in it. A lot of time with tournament play as well, what we haven't found is a pickleball stadium like center court at the US Open, right? It's not the Arthur Ashe Stadium. What's been built around pickleball courts are scaffold-type stadium seating. It's very similar to going to the RBC Heritage, and you have the grandstands, and you have that scaffolding. And so what's great about that is if we ever get to that point, if the Island Rec ever gets to that point, they bring in that type of stadium. Ironically, I found myself watching some US Open pickleball tournament on ESPN down in Naples, and I was looking at it from a different lens, trying to make sense of it all. And they don't have that stadium seat. They have that brought-in stadium. So we're building around that. We've parked it at 5-1. There's also overflow across the street, which is great. And so from that perspective, we know that it'll accommodate anything we want it to be.
And I talked with a gentleman today that knows about bringing in extra stands if the tickets get sold out. Right, Mike? So yeah, it could be accommodated through that other alternative option.
Great. Have a motion.
Yes. Make a motion to approve a resolution to adopt a master plan for Crossing Park.
Second.
Comment by council. Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the plan. As a point of reference, I commend the Island Rec Center for stepping up and creating an advisory board around pickleball. Obviously, it's a growing sport, growing demand, and we have a huge capital investment in pickleball that needs to be managed by our Parks and Recreation arm of the town of Hilton Head. I would also encourage, as we're moving forward with the expansion of baseball, and I'm glad to see that we have the Champion Plaza there. Baseball continues to be the sport on Hilton Head that has yielded the most professional athletes, 2 in particular from the Native Island community. And the coach in me says that practice makes perfect. And I'm really proud that we're going to have practice facilities at this location. But what I don't want to see happen is those practice facilities become privatized by organizations. So I'm encouraging the Island Rec Center to really take hold of the management of those facilities as well, so that we continue to have fair play. Dads can come out and throw in bat with their kids at their leisure, not that all of the facilities are occupied all the time. So.
Thank you.
All right, other comments? Ms. Bryson.
Well, I'm trying to decide whether I can still hit a home run once you raise that wall. And I'm going to work on it, especially at that practice facility. When somebody else in my family can throw the ball to me and see how far I can hit it, so I'm looking forward to that. But on a more serious note with regard to pickleball, I'm certainly delighted to see this location and the number of courts there. As I heard from the pickleball club, it's really important to have folks, and we've heard from pickleball players here, it's not just the recreational part of it, and it's multi-generational. It's just fabulous to get people out there playing and recreating again and exercising, but also the social atmosphere. At the tournament Adriana Courts earlier this year, I went and they were talking about folks coming from different places and making friends. And having it in this one location is so important as compared to spreading it out all around. For that reason, and also, as I understand, that it's more helpful to have that kind of, all the courts at one site from a programming aspect. So I think it's important that we talk about what we talked about at our workshop on capital improvements, and that is, what is the timeline for doing this? I had suggested before that we focus on the pickleball courts first, as part of the crossings master plan improvements, because it's an isolated site. And even though we face challenges with the state permitting process, if we can move this one along as the quickest and do it ASAP, I know that there's at least 1,100 people plus this one who will be jumping up and down and looking forward to the day that we have the ribbon cutting.
If you want to go ahead and
Yeah.
respond to the timeline.
In our capital improvement program, as part of the budget proposed by the town manager, I hope council supports it here in another 2 weeks. But there is $5 million program for Crossings Park. The phase one includes the improvements that we'd like to see at the Bristol Sports Arena. But of our estimate to get to that $5 million, I think $3.3 million was provided toward the pickleball, installation of the pickleball, phase one, the parking, the shade structures and so forth. So that will be part of phase one advance design, move from conceptual to design, permitting and construction. Just depending, a lot of it's depending on turnaround of permits, right? We talked about this the other day.
And, sorry, that is for fiscal year, it begins July 1 of this year through June 30 of 2025.
That is correct.
Right, and if I could add some clarity to it, Mayor, may I just jump in? July 1, new money, right, is in a fresh step forward in capital programming. We will, now that you have approved this master plan, we will be, working with our engineering consultant to start the civil design and the permitting for phase one. Call it all together, right? We'll just say that though pickleball is the #1 priority of that phase one, we will mobilize and get that civil engineering started. But I want to be clear that civil engineering will take several months, as will right through that design, and so will the permitting. And so sometime around this time next year or a little sooner, we will have the design and hopefully, most likely, permits in hand for that phase one, mobilizing and moving to construction. In the budget I've proposed to you, with a lot of work from Sean, is the full funding of the pickleball courts in phase one as we know it.
Becker?
Sure. Thank you, everyone, again, for all the hard work putting this park together. I think as we looked at it, there was little doubt amongst us, certainly in my mind, that this was the more appropriate place for a large-scale pickleball facility. And so I'm happy to hear that we're about to set the master plan into place, and all of the work you just described will be getting done and underway. But beyond pickleball, this is a great facility for our community, for the youth of our community across the board. I can't wait to see the great athletes that get to play here, whether they're recreational or whether move on to college and professional sports in the future. But this is going to be a real showstopper.
Mr. Alford.
You mentioned stadium seating earlier and bringing in some stands. What is going to be there on a regular basis, both baseball and pickleball, for friends and family?
So the baseball field will have bleachers located for viewing for friends, family, and also teams, I guess, while they're waiting if they want to watch. At the pickleball facility, similar to what we did at Adriana, there will be a seating area. You can see, let me go back to this other one. You can see this area, which provides for some shaded and some seating if you're waiting to play. There's also some shade structures here within these bays of pickleball courts. And then these bench seating, courtside shade areas as well. So one good thing too of this site is it is pretty wooded around there. And so I think other than, high sun, peak day, you'll have some shading in the morning and certainly later in the afternoon here. But there are shade structures and seating programmed in this area.
Lynn, you got any comments?
Again, a great report, a great concept plan. I regret that permits take so long. but they do, and there's nothing we can do about that. So pushing, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ames.
Thank you, Mayor. Sean, I'm well aware of how the staff has tried to accommodate people in Wexford and other constituents, so I thank you for that. You mentioned a trolley stop. That opens up a whole opportunity in my mind to what Crossings really is to the south end of the island. We aren't going to have the luxury of adding asphalt to move people in cars up and down Pope Avenue and Palmetto Bay Road. We absolutely have to figure out how we can use small shuttles to move people up and down that axis from the beach all the way to Broad Creek. And so I look at Crossings Park with its parking that is near the baseball fields as a potential place for beachgoers to park their cars and get in a small shuttle to get to Coligny Beach. I look at the pickleball area as a magnet for the people who live in the area of North Forest Beach, South Forest Beach, and I don't want them getting in a car to try to drive down Pope Avenue, around Sea Pine Circle, and then Palmetto Bay Road, but rather getting on an airy, fun kind of vehicle that plies up and down Pope Avenue and Palmetto Bay Road. Actually, I would prefer that they take a right-hand turn on New Orleans, cross over at Arrow Road, and use Arrow Road to get to the pickleball crossings and so on, and then go on to the marina. So it isn't just one trolley stop. There might be 3 in this one area. But I'd like to sort of envision that this axis has almost a necklace kind of transportation network, that you have a series of stops from Coligny all the way to this, to the Broad Creek. So I'm encouraging us, the staff in particular, to look at the road sections, to anticipate where trolleys are going to stop, where bikes can travel safely, where they're going to be located. I think we absolutely have to encourage to the maximum we can alternate forms of movement on this island, but the southern tip of the island is critical because of the beach traffic and the tourist traffic. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ames. Sean, staff, great job, on both parks. Obviously, they're near and dear to me and everything that I've been involved with, especially this Crossings Park, for my, I'll say it, but my father having been one that identified this piece of property 20, however many years ago, in creating recreation. What we've done and what we're doing is taking it and making it better, right? Excelling upon what we have to create a better place for our kids and yeah, for us adults too. But really great places to recreate, just raising the bar. And kudos to everybody that's been involved. Kudos to council for working as hard as we did on the different variations and the conversations that we've had to come to an agreement on a couple of plans that were not always easy, but kudos to us. So good things do happen, just so you all know. So any other comments? None being said, I'll take a vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand, and that is a big 7-0. Alex, go back and tell everybody you got some pickleball courts coming, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Mr. Orlando, do we have a need for executive session?
Yes, sir. As shown on your agenda for this evening, items 11A, 11B, and 11C as shown on the agenda.
Okay. I move that we go into executive session for the reasons cited by the town manager.
We have a second. Second, Mr. Alfred. All those in favor, signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0.
Out of executive session.
Second, first and second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. So moved. Please note that Mr. Stanford had to leave early.
And I can make a motion if it's in your will. I move to adopt an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a long-term lease between the town and the Sandalwood Community Food Pantry of the town-owned property on Augusta Lane.
Second.
I have a first and second from Mr. Ames. Mrs. Bryson, is there any discussion from the public? Any comments?
Well, I'm Nanette Pearson, and I had a beautiful day at the pantry, and 328 people are going to be smiling, and thank you. Thank you for caring about everyone in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the dais, any comments from council?
I look forward to more people being served. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, seeing none, we have a first and second by Mr. Ames, Mrs. Bryson. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Those opposed?
And I am opposed. I guess this is a time for me to make my comment because I'm not satisfied with the lease.
Curtis, just one reading on this one?
Two.
Okay, this was a first reading then.
First reading. So
That was the only one. I'm
Okay,
not
sorry.
satisfied with the lease.
that passes 5-1.
Second reading most likely on June 4. Do I have the right date? Whatever the first Tuesday.
Probably, yes. Yes, that sounds about right. Anything else, Mr. Ames?
No, I move to adjourn.
Second.
I was going to second that as well. Adjourned.